Hello, friends. Hopefully I'm live. Waiting to see. There we go. How's everybody doing today? We're here to play with ComfyUI. Welcome. If you're first time here, welcome. If you're not, welcome anyway. Yeah. You've probably seen some cool ComfyUI, or sorry, rather AnimateDiff animations all over the internet lately. And we're going to learn how to make them. You need a Windows computer with a 2060 or above, RTX 2060 or above. AMD I don't think works, and Macs I don't think work, but I might be wrong about that. I'm just not sure. It's also possible to do this stuff in Google Colabs, I think, but I won't be covering that today. We're just going to go through the Windows version and play with that, because that's all I have access to, really. But yeah, you might have luck just installing Comfy and hey, Lewib. No, it's not. Well, there is a AnimateDiff plugin for Automatic 1111, but I haven't got anything I liked out of it yet. The ComfyUI, the one that's in ComfyUI, the AnimateDiff-Evolved, the one we'll be talking about today, seems to be better for my money, which is free because all this stuff is free. But yeah, I think the ComfyUI one is superior right now. Maybe at some point there'll be a better plugin for Automatic 1111 as far as AnimateDiff goes, but for now, ComfyUI is the best I've seen. So yeah, and also ComfyUI is really neat. It's cool beyond all this AnimateDiff stuff. You can do lots of crazy things with it for just regular image generation as well. I'll show you. There's 1,000 plugins for it. It's crazy. Kind of like Automatic in that way. So let's jump right into it. Where are we? Chrome. So this is the ComfyUI GitHub. Links in the description below. Should also be in the chat in a second. All right, yeah. So you can hop in there, read about it, and see what it does. And if you want to install it, all you have to do is go to Releases on the right here. And then you want to download link. This download link with stable PyTorch 2.0 CUDA 118 and Xformers. If you want to be really adventurous, you can play with the nightly builds, but they'll be pretty unstable because they're working on new code and stuff before it hits the stable version. All right, so you click this download link and download the file, and it's going to put the file on your computer. It's about 1.5 gigs. Just let that download. You should probably install this on an SSD drive. It's up to you, but I would recommend putting it on like your C drive or whatever your fastest hard drive is. And you'll probably need about 30 to 40 gigabytes of space to be working with this stuff. So clear that off before you start, and yeah, good to go. So we're gonna unpack Comfy. Oh, I think it's still writing the file. Still writing the file. You might need a 7-zip unpacking tool. You can get one. Just type Windows 7-zip into Google, and you can download this version here. It's like zip or rar or whatever. It's archive tool. I don't know why they chose 7-zip. WinRAR will open them, so if you have WinRAR installed, that'll work too. But you will need WinRAR or 7-zip. As far as I know, Windows doesn't understand what a 7-zip file is yet. Okay. I don't know why this is just sitting here like this. That's very strange. Let's go to my downloads folder. Yeah, unconfirmed. Oh, did it finish? There it goes. So you're going to right click on it, and when you have your app installed, you'll extract it. So you can extract it with the 7-zip, extract it with WinRAR, extract it with whatever you want. Or it might just open up if you click on it. and unpack it. And then when it's done, you will have a portable installed version of ComfyUI. So you can put that wherever you want to keep it. So for me personally, I have all my AI stuff in a folder on my C drive called AI. And then I just put Comfy inside here. So here's my ComfyUI Windows Portable. This is the unpacked directory that I unpacked from here. So I've already done this step, so I'm going to stop it. You just hit cancel and finish it all off. And when it's done unpacking, you go into the folder and you want to do the run NVIDIA GPU.bat. So you want to run this file here. And then when you run that file, it will do all of its startup stuff and all the checks and all the things it needs to do, install the software it needs, and you will be off to the races. You may need to install Git and Python to get it to work, but you might not. I can't remember. I already had it installed, so that's it. So it'd be Python 3.10.6, I think. And whatever version of Git you get from Git SCM. And once you do that run GPU, it'll load up ComfyUI, and you won't see this. It'll actually be probably either clear or something super simple. ComfyUI looks scary, but it's not that bad. Once we hop into it, all we have to do is go to, well, here's one thing I recommend doing right away is going to ComfyUI Manager, typing that in. Boop, boop, boop. Install this. This is like the extensions tab in Automatic 1111. It makes your life a lot easier and gives you the ability to update and download extensions and custom nodes without having to do it manually. So go there and download they tell you here how to install it. You can either do this if you have if you're comfortable with the command line, you can go cmd cd AI and then go into your comfy folder, cd comfy, cd custom nodes. And then in there, you can run this command here, git clone ComfyUI Manager. Or you can just download the, I believe you can download the zip. Oh, there we go. There's a script here. So you can download this file and put it in your ComfyUI Windows Portable directory. I believe that's what I did. And then you just run that batch file. The instructions are right there on the site. But basically, you run that file and it'll install all the stuff you need to run the manager. But the manager is great because it adds this little thing down here, and then you can just update Comfy automatically. And then you can also, anytime you load a workflow and it has nodes in it that you don't have, you can click this Install Missing Custom Nodes button, and it'll go and check for the custom packages and just install them for you. So it saves you a lot of headaches if you just want to try somebody's workflow. And then if you click this Install Custom Nodes, it brings up a extensions list, essentially, of all the things that are available in ComfyUI. So in ComfyUI, what we want to do today is run AnimateDiff. So we type AnimateDiff into the top. And the one we want is the AnimateDiff Kosinkadink version. This is the one I've been using, and it has updated motion LoRAs, which we can use to drive the motion of the clips, like in Runway and Pika and stuff like that. So download this, hit install, and wait for it to finish. And then it'll tell you when it's done that it needs you to restart ComfyUI for it to take effect. So you just close this, go back to the window, or the terminal window where it's running ComfyUI, and just close it. Yes, this video will be available after the stream, so I'm just trying to go through the installation process, and then you can always just go back and check it. I believe you can also scroll back in the live video too if you want to just roll back and start from the beginning and follow along. You're more than welcome to do so. Do ComfyUI. Yeah, so this we can just close this. We want to close this window, and this will kill ComfyUI. Closing this window. So you can't connect to it anymore because ComfyUI is running on your computer, and this is just talking to it. Like this is just the web browser that's talking to it. So what we want to do is run that again. So we got AI ComfyUI, and then run NVIDIA GPU, and it'll go blah 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 blah, and type a whole bunch of stuff, and probably download some packages that it needs. Throw a bunch of errors, I guess. All right, we're back. You can close the old window if you want, the old tab. It's less confusing that way. And then the next thing you want to do is go to that second link in the description below. It's AnimateDiff-Evolved. I'll just drop the link in the chat as well. All right. So this is Kosinkadink's AnimateDiff for ComfyUI. I hope I'm saying that right. Kosinkadink. Okay, there's a lot of text here, but we can get through it pretty easily. All you need to know is that you need to install the AnimateDiff Comfy nodes, which you've already done. That's been done with the manager. What we need to do now is make sure the models are in the right place so that it can do its thing. So we might need these ones as well. I might have already had these nodes, but we'll check that when we get to the ControlNet part of it. Look for AnimateDiff, make sure it's the, yep, we did that. How to use the download motion models. You will need at least one. Different modules produce different results. So you click the Hugging Face link here, this first Hugging Face link, and go to Files and Versions, and you want the MMSD version 15, version 2 checkpoint. So it's this one here. So you click this little download button here, and it'll download it. And we'll move all these files out of our downloads folder when we're done because there's a lot of stuff to download. These are the motion LoRAs. We're going to need these if we want to do the motion. So go ahead and grab all those. They're only 80 megs each. So just go like dink, 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 like that. So just download all the motion models, and I'll show you where to put them once they're all done downloading. They're really small. It's just these ones that are big. All right, we got all that stuff, and then where was it? Let's go back. All right, we're back on the AnimateDiff link, and it's telling us we need to place the models in ComfyUI, custom nodes, AnimateDiff-Evolved models. So you would just pull that folder up in Windows, AI, Comfy, wherever you put it. You can go any way you like, Windows Explorer or command line. And you want to go into what it says, say, ComfyUI, custom nodes, ComfyUI, AnimateDiff-Evolved, models, and then you drop that file from your downloads folder, the this one here, MMSD version 15, version 2, that goes into this folder here, models. And then in the motion LoRA folder, that's where the rest of them go. So you just drag those in here. You see, I've already got them in mind, but that's where they go. So that'll get those. Oh, I think one more thing I also have to mention for ComfyUI is you will need a base model to work from. If you don't already have them for automatic, then you'll need one for Comfy. There's a way in Comfy to tell it what folder you are pulling your models from. You can tell it, I believe it's in the yes, inside the ComfyUI folder, there's a file called folderpaths.py. If you right click that and edit it, or open with a text editor like Notepad or whatever, it'll give you all these folders. And you can replace your is it not this one? Maybe I'm walking you down the wrong path here. Give me a sec. How does it know where my models are? Is it in the settings, perhaps? I did something at some point and told it where my models were. So my point is, let's Google that. How to tell ComfyUI where your stable diffusion models are. Okay, that's what a better question is. ComfyUI custom model folder. Okay. I don't remember how I did it, but it's in there. It's in a config file somewhere. Anyway, if you already got checkpoints in the automatic 1111, just point it to that folder. Or I think you can just do like a Windows link, like an LN link directory. I think it's LN, yeah, symbolic link. Yeah. So you can make a symbolic link from the you can make a symbolic link from the output, or not the output, but the models directory to your stable diffusion models. Looks like I've already done. Oh yeah, I already did that. That's how I did it. So you can see I've got shortcuts to them, and then it goes right to my my checkpoints folder. Anyway, so yeah, that's where the models go into checkpoints. You want to get like 1.5 or I don't think this stuff works with SDXL yet, but it might. I'm not sure. But you just download stable diffusion 1.5 model from Hugging Face. You want this one here. And that'll go in your checkpoints folder. Files and versions. I believe it's this one, the EMA only safe tensors. Yeah. Or anything you want, any model you want from Civitai. Go grab a checkpoint, drop it in there, and have fun. I would stick to the 1.5 stuff for AnimateDiff, but yeah, your mileage may vary. So we get those files in place. We got the motion LoRAs. We put them in place. There are more models. You can get these ones, the stabilized models, fine tunes, high resolution fine tunes. They're all here. You put them in your models directory inside the AnimateDiff folder. So you can play with those, but we're just going to stick to the MMSD version 15 version 2 one because I think that's the only one the motion works with right now. Yeah, V2 based motion models. So if it doesn't say V2, it won't work. It's compatible. So that's all we need. Once those files are in the right place, you scroll down a bit, and the really, really, really cool thing about ComfyUI is that workflows can be stored in images. So this explains how to use it, but we don't actually really need to understand how to use it right away. What we can do is click this first example, download this image, just save it to your desktop or whatever, open it up, and then all you have to do is go to ComfyUI and just drag the file into ComfyUI and let go. And it rebuilds the workflow for you. Or you can, yeah, I mean, it's that easy. And then each thing is just, you know, it is what it is. You just have to look through it and read it and figure it out. But they're just nodes and they all plug into each other and they do stuff. So once you get comfortable with stable diffusion and what you're doing in automatic 1111, you can take it over to Comfy because like now you can just plug stuff in where it's not supposed to be plugged in or reroute the way it works like a modular synth. Like it's really, really fun. So yeah, highly recommend playing with ComfyUI. But right now we have a full setup ready to go. So let's add a animated checkpoint that I have. Pick a VAE. If you need a VAE, they are right here. So many links. You put that VAE file in the ComfyUI, Comfy Models, the AE folder. You drop it in there. And that will help fix faces and hands and stuff. If you're using SDXL, you need the SDXL one, but yeah, I haven't tried this with SDXL yet, so who knows? For this, we're using a fixed seed for the whole run, and that tries to keep everything in the same, location. So you will need to change this number every time you want to do a new run with the same prompt. So yeah, you can just make it whatever you want. So let's try a prompt for AnimateDiff. Let's try geometric shape, unfolding, paper, origami. Yeah, let's try that. So this is a 16 frame animation at 512 by 512. It's using the MMSD version 15 version 2 checkpoint, which you select up here. It's got a positive and negative prompt. These are your sampler settings. They work just the same as Automatic 1111. And this is your output. Right away, I'm noticing it's at 8 frames per second, which is really, really slow and gross. So I'm going to switch it to 12 frames per second. I'm also going to drag this noodle out, and I'm going to let go out here. And that's going to give me a search thing that I can hit search. And I want to add another AnimateDiff combine. So let's drag this out, click here, or let go, search, animate. We want this AnimateDiff combine. So I want another one of these, but I also want to render at 24 frames per second. And I want to change the prefix file name to 24 FPS. So we're going to change this to AnimateDiff 24 FPS. And this file name prefix to just AnimateDiff 12 FPS. We're going to make that one a GIF. We're going to make this one MP4. By default, it makes GIF files, but I don't like GIF files because there are only 256 colors in the palette. So just keep doing this for all the versions you want. I know this is a lot of manual labor, sort of, to get it set up, but once it's set up, it's really slick because you just change prompts and hit Q. You'll see. I'm going to do also a MP4 version of the original at 12. So I've got a little GIF I can share, with Twitter or whatever. Then I've got a 12 frame per second MP4 and a 24 frame per second MP4. Now what will likely end up happening is I'll take that 12 frame per second MP4 and I'll upscale it or interpolate it with like Topaz or Rife or Film or whatever you like to do your interpolation and upscaling. To get it smoother and cleaner, because it'll come out, either really fast or really flickery because you're only getting 12 frames per second and you're only getting 16 frames. So they're short animations. You can make them longer, but then lots of crazy stuff starts happening and there are lots of rules to that, but we can play with that in a bit. For now, this should just work. Everything is set up. Everything is correct. So let's hit it and see what happens. You just click this Q prompt button and that's going to run one cycle of everything that's here. So we hit Q prompt and it'll go through the steps. You can see it's doing the green bit, like the thing that lights up green is the thing that it's currently doing. So just loaded the checkpoint into memory and now it's loaded the AnimateDiff stuff into memory. We've just loaded the prompts into the sampler and now the sampler is rendering out the images. And once that's done, we'll have an animation. This is only the first step of AnimateDiff. You can upscale with it. You can run motion LoRAs, which will make it like pan left or pan right or rotate or zoom in or zoom out. What else can we do? You can do ControlNet stuff. So if you capture a pose of someone dancing, you'll be able to, if you try to enforce that on the animation. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So right away, we already have something pretty dope. And that prompt was geometric shape unfolding paper origami. So if you want to follow along the same settings with the same models should get you the same results. Yeah. That is in a nutshell how to set it up and use it. So yeah, AnimateDiff, ComfyUI. This stuff, again, it's only scary the first time you look at it, and once you start to get your head around it, you're like, oh yeah, I know what that does, and I know where that goes, and that plugs into that. And the really cool thing is everything is color coded. Like, you can't plug a clip in anything that's not a clip. You can't plug a latent space in anything that's not a latent space. You can't plug a model in anything that's not a model. So you won't rewire it wrong. It just won't work. So it's really fun to play with. You can use custom LoRAs. I think I'll have to check. There's a whole bunch of more workflows in the thing that we're going to go through. So there's probably some stuff for like adding extra LoRAs to the mix. I think you can literally just add them in line. You can also use the VAE that comes with the checkpoint if you don't want to use the custom one. You just drag it out of here and plug it into wherever the VAE goes. Ah, right here, VAE decode. But yeah, I mean, I like the 24 frame per second ones. They're a little too fast, but I like them. I think they're cool. And then if you go to your AI ComfyUI, Windows Portable, ComfyUI output, all your stuff's in there. All the files are saved in this folder, so you can just go back and you can see them. And because we gave them prefixes, oh, I didn't give one to this derp. 12 FPS and your 24 FPS, right? GIF. I mean, it already knows it's a GIF. These are the same. Oh, yeah, then I can just do this. Because this will make AnimateDiff 12fps.gif. This will make AnimateDiff 12fps.mp4. And this will make AnimateDiff 24 frame per second.mp4. So you can just go back and grab whatever version you want for social or whatever. So that's the basic workflow. You can increase the size. I'll show you what happens. So this, whoops, where were we? So this here is the amount of frames that you're making. Hey, Kush. So batch size of 32 is going to make 32 frames. Clearly, it'll take twice as long as 16 frames, but you know, you get the animation is twice as long. What will probably happen is after 16 frames, we'll get some sort of like blip or a change in the animation, but the animation will continue. So as far as I know, you can make these really long. The only drawback, or the only thing is stopping you being the motion LoRAs can only go to 32 frames. They're only trained up to 32 frames. I think that's their maximum. So if you're using a motion LoRA to pan the camera left, right, up, down, whatever, those animations have to be 32 frames still. Hopefully at some point they'll figure out a way to loop those motion LoRAs, but I don't know how hard that is. Yeah, see, this is a 32 frame animation and it's lost its cohesion because it's not 16. So there's another node we're going to see in a minute that'll help you play with how long the segment of time it considers to be is. So like right now it's doing 2 16s in a 32 by default. But this guy here, this context options, has a node that this one here, where you can go in and say, I actually want the length of the context to be 32 instead of 16. And that'll try to do a 32 frame animation as opposed to a 16 frame animation. But I don't truly understand how context works. So I kind of just leave that stuff alone. And sometimes you do like a 96 frame animation and it ends up looking great. So who knows? I don't understand. It's magic. Just play. Okay, so we got that. We're going to go back to our... this one. So all these workflows, text image 48 frame animation with 16 context length. Yeah, because I said you just click on the image, drag it onto your desktop or download it or whatever, and then drag it into ComfyUI, and it shkaboom rebuilds your whole process with whatever he was working on. You can also save your workflows. You just hit save, type a name, and it'll save a little JSON file. Then you just load up that JSON file whenever you want to access your thing. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, Kush, this will be on playback, and I think you can actually just go back while it's playing and just follow along from the beginning if you want to install Comfy along with me, and because I did at the beginning, I ran through how to install it and all the stuff you need to do. I've animated. Let's do spooky ghost in a forest, cinematic lighting, and let's try like a photon. So this is a 48 frame animation with 16 context length. It's using stabilized, which is available on that site I was showing you. So let's see what it does. I haven't actually run this one myself yet, so interesting. You can also click a node, hit Control-C, and then Control-V to paste it. So you can just do stuff like that where you're just rebuilding the nodes that we were doing earlier. So if you just want to quickly slap one of those out, you can do that. The other cool thing you can do is you could then select these 3 nodes. Once you have all the stuff set up, animate diff, 12 FPS. You can grab these, grab these 3 nodes and right click. How do you make a group? I've done this before. Right click. Add group. I think you can save this. Edit group. I think you can save this as a node template, and then you can just load it up. And then plug it in and make your life easier. And there's another cool node called the reroute. So we can actually use that inside this node to reroute all these images. So you only have to plug it into this reroute node. So yeah, we'll just grab this group next time we switch out the thing, and then I can just paste it back into the next one. All right, so let's try it out. Q prompt. This is the power of the nodes. Everything's modular, and you can build your own toolkits, save them. This one's going to take longer because it's a 48 frame animation, but hopefully it'll be coherent. Some stuff that I've been making with AnimateDiff already. This stuff's been frame interpolated, so it doesn't come out this smooth normally. But you can interpolate it with Rife or film or whatever you want. It's got a very trippy motion to it. I really like it. Reminds me of StyleGAN. Oh, it's done. All right. Sweet. It's definitely a spooky ghost in the forest. The motion on that is great. I'll run another one of those. Well, this is going. Let's try and figure out how to save this node as a node template. Whoops. Group. Let's edit the title and call it output. Call it AnimateDiff outputs. It was a manage maybe? I'm not sure how much RAM it takes, honestly. It's possible it's not enough. Let's see. How much VRAM does AnimateDiff require? Whoops, spelled it wrong. So I guess they're getting it in under 6 if you use Xformers and SDP, but I have no idea what that means. Maybe that's one of the models? SDP. Support Xformers and SDP. What is SDP? It must be something. Must be like a setting or something. Oh, this is the wrong this isn't the one we're using. That's the auto one. This one doesn't mention a VRAM. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I think this one will look really good interpolated. The speed seems right for it. I kind of like the fast motion on this. It's kind of creepy, like a horror movie, but yeah. I mean, the ground looks incredible. I want to save this as a... I want to save this as a node template. I've done it before. I just cannot remember how, for the life of me. You right click, add group. No. Oh, save selected as template. Interesting. AnimateDiff outputs. So if I'm right, I can just go node templates, AnimateDiff outputs. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay. So now when we load up a new project, all I have to do is just drop the group on there. Right on. Okay. That's sick. All right, let's try the next one. ComfyUI. There we are. Where were we? That's the one we just did. 32 frame animation with 16 context length, pans left and zoom out. So this one will be using the motion LoRAs. So let's try that one out. We'll see if the motion motions. Oops. Make sure you drop it on ComfyUI, not an open tab with a screenshot you have of ComfyUI. Let's go back to, I liked Photon. It made some cool stuff. Change your seed. Bloop. We can just try this prompt here, see what it does. I think it's really good at drawing anime girls. It's just sort of what it was trained on for the most part. So here we have two LoRAs and they're fed into each other. So this is the cool thing that the motion LoRAs can do. You can say, I want this LoRA fed into this LoRA and then running out. So you can actually stack all of your motion LoRAs if you really want to. So this one's going to try to zoom out at about a rate of 30% weight on the 33% weight on the prompt, and this one's going to try to pan left at about 66%. So it should try to pan left harder than it zooms out, but it should be doing both motions as it generates the animation. Context length is 16. Batch size is 32. So we'll probably have one scene change-ish thing in the middle, but maybe not. I have given up on trying to predict what is going to happen with this stuff. So we close this and right-click, node templates, outputs, paste or drag that into there, and hit go. Your LoRAs, if you put them in the right place, will just show up here. So this stuff should all work. If it doesn't, just go here and click refresh, and it'll refresh all the associations, and then your LoRAs will show up in the right place. So this should zoom out and pan left, and it hopefully will look something like this. See how it's panning left, and I guess it's zooming out? It's hard to tell, really. We shall see. But yeah, I really like these modular node layouts for doing AI stuff. It's really fun. You also don't have to use their things. You can just look at the screenshot and add the stuff that they added and put it in the spot. Like if you want to just keep building out your own personal template. There's logic gates and stuff, so you can set switches. So you could add functions and then add a switch for that function and say, only do it when the switch is on and ignore it when it's off, which is great for like, if you have like an upscaling step, you may not want to do it every single time because it takes twice as long as the original animation. Crazy. You can see this animation is just miles ahead, like not miles ahead, but just different. Just super different than the other AI animation stuff that we've had access to so far. There's like a reality to the motion. It's almost like a friend of mine said it was like he thinks this is the way we actually dream, which is possible. Something close to this. But it's, super trippy. Let's do this with an animated model and see if we get like a more animated version instead of, because the model I used is more for photorealistic stuff. So I think that's why. Oh, I'm on YouTube. I should probably add NSFW and nude to this negative prompt, eh? Last thing I need to do is streaming nudes on YouTube unintentionally. Yeah, I know. I hate to say it, but Pika is my favorite too for the it's like Runway's cool. It does some really great stuff, and it's I think it's a different different models or different algorithm or whatever. But Pika, I think I get more consistently good results with Pika, more consistently usable results. But I'm sure that'll just keep changing as they all just iterate and go back and forth, and as the consumer, we kind of win because we can just use whatever we want. I think I got really lucky not streaming nudes to YouTube without having that in my negative prompt. Wow. It's definitely panning to the left. Yeah, I guess it's zooming out a bit. Very interesting. The fixed seed makes a really big difference. Really keeps it in the same space. Yeah, I'm going to try the ControlNet thing in a little bit. Just working through all the examples on their page. As far as I know, it does have ControlNet. I think it's best used with pose right now. You sort of like generate a pose video from your video, like a series of ControlNet images of the poses, and then you use that as the guidance for the thing, and it makes for some pretty trippy videos. Oh, that's cool. I like how they loop. It's really cool how they loop. I don't know why they loop, but I'm glad they loop. Okay, let's try the next one, which is text image latent upscale. This one's really cool because it can actually upscale and get you a way higher quality version of the image you were building. So let's dive into that one. ComfyUI, gotta remember to add NSFW nude and change it to the Rev Animated. And let's try actually, I kind of like that prompt. It makes the motion look really good. 20 things, so let's add outputs. Yeah, no. VIE out. And then I want to do the same thing here. Outputs. Image out. Go. Oh, model name MMSD14 not in stabilized path. Oh, because I don't have that model. If you get that error, just try to figure out where it's complaining. It'll be red. Just change it to something you do have. Like in my case, I have this one. So I'll use that one. You can go download all the models if you want, but like those ones are all like 1.5 gigs, so I don't really want to have them hanging around if I don't use them that much. Okay, so this is rendering the first 16 frame clip. And then when it's done, it's going to upscale that 16 frame clip. Change the file names for it. Yeah, good point. You should definitely do that. It's probably too late for this run, but yeah, good call. Good call. They will still show up in the previews, but the file names wouldn't have saved. This is where my stream probably dies from the upscaling. We'll see. Gotta love that 3090. There's no way I could stream this stuff on my 3070. I mean, obviously this step takes longer because it's, you know, doing twice the work or more. 4 times the work, I guess. But yeah, let's see what it does. These are, so these will be 512 by 512 by default. So these should be 1024 by 1024. So we'll see. It also does, it dreams it like, it's not just a raw upscale like Topaz does or whatever. It's actually dreaming more detail into the images. So they'll be different. Like see how she's actually looking at the camera now? And we got some cool light on her. So it'll be different in the upscale, but you should have a lot more detail. A lot more finer detail. Yeah. Big time. So let's try actually no, we don't need to do this anymore because that's the upscaling. It takes too long. Yeah. Text to image with latent upscale, pan left and zoom out motion LoRA. So same thing, but with the motion LoRA. Longer animation, same thing. Text to image with latent upscale, full denoise on upscale, 48 frame animation. So this would be like, this one will take forever, but it results in a long, good animation. Wow. That's cool. Text to image with ControlNet stabilized latent upscale, partial denoise on upscale, scaled soft ControlNet weights. Huh? Let's look at it and see if we can figure out what it's doing. Where's the ControlNet stuff? So it builds out the AnimateDiff. And then it uses ControlNet only on the upscale. Interesting. So it uses the Lineart ControlNet from the first one to do a new generation with the Lineart from the first generation. Let's try it and see if it explodes. I'm going to guess it's going to explode. Following graph, the following node types are not found. Scaled soft control weights, ControlNet advanced loader. So because we installed ComfyUI Manager, we should be able to go Manager, install missing custom nodes, and it'll go, oh, hey, this is the one. And then you go install, and it'll be done. To apply the node, please restart ComfyUI. You got it. Go back to here. Kill it. And load it up again. Yeah. And we're back. Okay, I already have these files in the right place, but if you don't, you're going to need to pop those ControlNet files into the ControlNet place. Oh. Are those the SDXL ControlNets? No? Okay. Interesting. That broke my brain a little bit. One sec. Oh, that's why. They're the SD15. Okay. I only have the SDXL ones, so I need to get these control nets and put them in the right place. So let's figure that out. It's probably in ComfyUI. Yeah. I just have to drop them into my models control net folder. And I already have them in my thing, but if you want to get them, they're at right here. Files. Yeah. Here, drop it in the link. And there we go. And those are the control nets. They go into the control net folder and then refresh. Yeah. So let me copy mine over from my stable diffusion. AISD models. No, they're in extensions, ControlNet models. Yeah. I need depth, canny, line art, and scribble probably. All right, and put them in here. For this test, you'd only need line art. You can get it right here, line art. Download that PTH file and put it in your ComfyUI models ControlNet folder. Go back here, hit refresh, and then it should show up in this list. So go back to line art and YOLO. All right, so let's change this to flower blossoming in the sun, sunrise, beautiful, lush countryside. And make sure we don't get anything weird. That's good. And let's add our outputs real quick. Templates, boop, and boop, and boop. We don't need you no more, and everything's good. What's it gonna cry about now? Checkpoint worked. Stabilized version is working. It is generating the first run. So it should make an image here, and we're gonna see the one that it's going to upscale, and then it should make one based on the line art control net of this animation. Hopefully we'll have a subject in the animation. I probably should have used a human face. Oh, that one's this one might be too chill. Too stabilized. All right, let's try a person. A person standing in an alley, grinning, holding a bouquet of flowers. Rainy afternoon, sunset. Here's the nice thing about Comfy is every time you change a setting, you want to run another one, you just add it to the queue, and you can actually view your queue by hitting this view queue button, and it says I'm running job 1 and job 0 is running and job 1 is pending. If you don't want to continue running job 1, which we don't because this is not going to be a good, input for an animation because it's not moving, we just hit cancel and it'll kill this first run that we're doing and clean itself up, and then it'll start the next run, which is the one I put a person standing in the alley, grinning, holding a bouquet of flowers, rainy afternoon, sunset. And let's see what it makes. Ideally, I'd like to get a bit of motion so we can see what the control net's going to do with the motion. And yeah, I don't know how much VRAM this takes. It might take more than 8 once you start adding control nets and upscaling and other stuff. Okay. They're walking backwards, but they're in an alley, which is cool. So it did a really bad job on the face. And I'm wondering why, because we have the right VAE for this model. So that's very strange. All right. Let's see what it makes. Probably don't need Steam and Epic notifications while I'm playing, because I'm sure some jerk has a terrible username on my list. All right. What did we get? Wow. Okay, so I now think ControlNet is very cool for this, and it did a fantastic job of maintaining the composition of the scene while just upscaling the pure data out of it. Let me pull up the... Let me drag this one down here so we can see them side by side. It's hard because this is 8 frames per second, but... So this is the original that it made. And then it used ControlNet line art to do this one with the outlines of the, all the stuff. I think it did a great job. I mean, she's got a few extra fingers and they kind of scale out a little weird. Like once you start looking at the details, you'll start seeing stuff you don't want to, but like as an animation, it's wild. It's wild where we're at right now. Absolutely crazy. Okay. So we got everything set up for all this stuff. I'm going to clean up these tabs a little bit because this is just ridiculous. Okay. Yeah. Where were we? First ControlNet one. That was the first one we did. It's this one. Text to image with ControlNet stabilized latent upscale, partial denoise on upscale, scaled soft ControlNet weights, 48 frame with 16. So I believe this is just a longer version of that last one we did. Image to image or text to image with initial ControlNet input using normal Lineart preprocessor on the first text to image. Now, what does that mean? So that would let us impose our own ControlNet animation on here, but I think you might already have to have it. Oh no, it does it itself. So let's see. We only get 16 images. How? I guess they're using another animation. They're probably using another animation they made. Yeah, they are. This is the one I'm mostly interested in, is this pose thing. So you generate an OpenPose ControlNet animation, and then you can use that to drive the motion of the animation, which is wild. Okay. I have to find out where we get this. Wow. Okay, that's a lot of nodes. All right. Rev animated. That's all fine. So, where do we get this OpenPose thing from? Courtesy of Toy XYZ. Who's that? Toy XYZ. Is that a person? Toy XYZ ControlNet pose. Huh. Can I generate this animation from an existing video, maybe? Should be able to. Or can I just download this and use it? Yeah, OpenPose is great. I don't know how to do this. Can I convert this? I wonder if I can convert this this to an image sequence. I think that's what I have to do. FFmpeg convert GIF to image sequence. Yeah, okay, let's try that. CMD desktop. Input, no, it's 26. Whoa. Conversion failed. Gonna make directory temp. Hey, all right, let's see. Desktop. Temp. All right. Okay, let's try this. This is really hacky. Desktop temp. Yeah. Go back to Comfy. Image load cap is 16. We're gonna do. Where's the length? Oh, maybe it's just the length of however many frames it extracts. Yeah. Olo? Did I download OpenPose? Did I put OpenPose in the right place? Of course not. AI models. No, AI SD models, extensions, ControlNet, models, OpenPose. You just download it from the same place that I showed you earlier. That goes into AI Comfy. Models, ControlNet. Bloop. Okay, and then refresh, and then select OpenPose. Okay, that should work. I think that's all the stuff. That's all the models. All right. Do 4 uniform 16. Context length 16. Okay. Okay. So I think you could generate an image sequence of OpenPose images pretty easily by just running them through a ControlNet preprocessor and saving the outputs. I think you could do that by just simply running a deforum with OpenPose, and it, like with ControlNet OpenPose, it should make a folder of OpenPose images. Or does it just show the input? I honestly can't remember. Maybe a tough one, but not unsolvable. You could probably use footage of yourself too, dancing or shaking or whatever. Awesome. That is crazy. Let's see how the upscale fares. I think this is just a straight up upscale without using the OpenPose. I wonder if we could loop the OpenPose back into the upscale, like how we used the other one to upscale, like the Lineart. Use the Lineart to do a new run. Or I wonder if we just use that other system and use the OpenPose that way. No, you want to generate the first one, I think. Oh no, because we can make an OpenPose from the generation. Interesting. Okay, we're going to try something after this one builds. We're going to try using OpenPose instead of line art on that last sequence to see if we can convert the first animation we make into OpenPose and then use that to do a new animation. Might be total soup by the time it's done, but it might not. Well, I've been streaming for over an hour, so I am going to stand up and walk around a little bit, and I suggest you do the same. Save your knees some wear and tear, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right. Let's get rid of our weirdos. There we go. Okay. So I want to try that thing I was just talking about. Let's close a lot of these windows because holy crap. All right. This one here. So we did the Lineart ControlNet a couple back here. Let's just try this first one because it's short. Where is it? Here we go. 48 frame. No. Where's the first ControlNet one? ControlNet Lineart. There we go. So instead of a Lineart upscale, I want to try the I want to try this with an OpenPose into the upscale. Oh. Shoot, which one was it then? And delete all these. Delete. All right. Boop. 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 Comfy. Drop. All right. No templates. AnimateDiff. Bloop. Delete. Yeah. And same deal here. Doop. Doop. HD. Okay, so we have our line art, but we don't want line art. We want OpenPose. We're flying control. So instead of this normal line art, do we have? See if we can figure out what nodes these are a part of. And I guess it's these ones. Nope. Normal line art. What if I go here and go search OpenPose preprocessor? YOLO? Let's see what happens. All right. Okay. And let's go person dancing in an open field. Yeah, that's fine. Person dancing in an open field. And also let's make sure we get some NSFW nude stuff in there in the negative, and let's change this seed because you know we can. Okay, this is gonna definitely break, but it should be funny. I'm gonna add a preview image to this to see what it sees for the OpenPose, because I have a feeling this is not gonna work. Let's change our height to 768 to get a I can do this 768. There we go. Hit it. Q prompt. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that model, do I? Yeah. Why is it running with that model? Oh, it must be the first model. That's why. Okay, so we want to change this to our Rev animated model. BAE is fine. Are you still running? What's going on here? Why are you purple? Okay, whatever. Oh, it's purple because this is the one that complained. That makes sense. Okay, and we're building out our animation. So now our animation should spit out a series of OpenPose for each frame. Is that how that works? Maybe it doesn't. Hey, Powell, what's up, bud? I haven't seen you in a while. I'm trying to break Comfy right now. I'm doing a pretty good job. Okay. Okay, it's doing an OpenPose. That's some pretty crazy dancing. It seems to be doing the OpenPose recognition. Oh, wow. It worked. We got an extra body here, but it worked. Okay, and now it's going to do an upscale run based on this OpenPose. Oh, I'm surprised this worked. I mean, you could technically just go in and, remove that from that frame, I think. I should save these little OpenPose animations into a folder. Base sampler, ControlNet model. I'm really blown away by the lighting. The way it follows is just crazy. It's occurring to me that recording non-human animation may not be the best thing to emulate when you're trying to do the upscale, but yeah, you never know. It might be better to take Mixamo dance things and make open poses from them. I mean, it worked. Maintain the silly dance. That is crazy looking. All right, let's try penguin dancing on a glacier in the Arctic. Yeah, I mean, I really like Automatic 1111 for a lot of things, like the forum, and oh, that's pretty much it now. But ComfyUI is, for a tinkerer like yourself, I think you're gonna love Comfy, because you can really just start rewiring how the diffusion works. I can't wait to see what it thinks the pose for the dance looks like. Did it get? Oh, it got nothing for the pose. So I guess OpenPose only works when it detects a human. So now I wonder what this is going to do to the upscale, actually. I was going to stop it because there's no image, but I'm actually curious to see how much weight that has. It might not do anything, and it might just be an upscale of what we see, or it might make the penguins stand still. I'm not really sure. We're learning together. Learning how far we can push ComfyUI. Might save some time by sticking to square animations, but I'm actually pretty blown away at how good this is at odd aspects. Like the fact that I'm making tall videos and it seems to proportionally understand what's going on a 1.5 model is pretty crazy. I should have like 2 torsos and 2 heads and stuff like that. But so this is what happens when we run a blank OpenPose through the upscaler. I think it's basically the same, right? Quality's better, obviously. So it looks like it would just impact the motion if it could, but it doesn't, so that's fine. It would have also been interesting if it just stood still. But I guess if you had an OpenPose thing where it was like just a still image, 16 still images or whatever, it would work. Well, then if that's the case, can we go longer? Okay, let's try the anthropomorphic fox working in a steampunk lab. Wow. And let's try it as a 32 frame animation and see if it wigs out. I think it will. I think it will. Upper lip. Okay, so the model stable. This is the thing about error messages. Don't freak out when you see an error message. Just read the first part. It'll tell you what's wrong. Error occurred when you executing the sampler without a context window. AnimateDiff model stabilized high has an upper limit of 24 frames, but it received 32 latents. So we got 32 latents. We only. I think that means our upper limit batch size for this model is going to be 24. But if we switch to the 1.5 model, maybe that's why the motion's better. Sorry, I'm coming to this realization while I'm working. So this stabilized high is a fine tune of 1.5 that I think has better motion for people. So that's why this stuff's holding together better than the stuff we were doing with 1.5. And as a result, it has a 24 frame upper limit for the thing, for the length of the animation. But let's try a 24 frame and see if it switches states after the first 16 frames, because that's, tends to be what happens with these models. But if not, maybe we found some secret sauce. Well, not so secret sauce. But the fact that we're generating the OpenPose thing and using it is hilarious. I really dig that. I'm delighted with myself. Render. Please put on some of your own music. I don't play music on my stream anymore because all the royalty-free stuff ends up getting put in someone's track at some point, and then all your videos get copy-stricken down the road. So put on some tunes in the background and hang out. Feel free to just, put on your own stuff and set it at your own volume. Okay. I don't know how much work the Fox is getting done, but he's definitely at a... He's not at a steampunk office, but he's at an office. I think we're going to get the same thing with the OpenPose, where it can't figure out the body because it's a human. Or not a human. Use a different text prompt for the upscaler. Use the girl for the initial dance, but then slap it on the... Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Maybe? Where's the upscaler getting its positive and negative from? It's just coming through the ControlNet. Oh, it's getting it from the same place. Why not? Yeah, why not? Let's try that. That's a trippy idea. I like that. I like that. So this is going to be our upscaler. This is going to be our upscaler prompt, and this is going to be our initial prompt. So let's go back to the person dancing in an open field and re-add this. And then we're going to go penguin dancing in an open field. And we're going to see if it replaces the person with a penguin. So the text encoder will go to the ControlNet input. Here, positive, negative. So now you will go through here, become the blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I believe that'll work. Do you have an image of the workflow? Yeah, the images for the workflow are on this. They're on this site here, where you download the ComfyUI stuff, the plugin for this. And all you do is you just download these workflow images and drag them into Comfy, and it replaces the replaces the workflow. So it just drops that workflow right on your UI. And then you can save them all locally by just saving it, and you just save it and name it whatever it is. So you can go in and save all these workflows yourself once you get them all kicking. So person dancing in an open field, penguin dancing in an open field. 20. Make sure these are all right. Yep. This one got 3 frames. That's funny. At 3 points throughout the animation, it thought there was a human in the frame. I'm just curious what this upscale looks like. I wonder if this like coffee but also soup thing turns into something else. I don't love that. The way it's phasing in and out of reality like that. Oh, here we go. Moment of truth. Is it working? Is it broken? That is cool. I mean, the ControlNet's doing nothing except maybe breaking those 3 frames where it gets all wiggly. These ones. But yeah. So I want to try this person penguin thing first, and then I'll run that prompt too, Cyber. I'll run the same prompt for both on that one, and let's see what it do. Cool thing is it seems to be doing a 24 frame animation without wiggling out too much, although maybe that's what's causing all this instability. I am not sure. We'll see. If this next one is really unstable, then I think we'll know that, you know, more than 16 frames on these is potentially sketchy territory. But I love potentially sketchy territory. Yes, I think after the first 16 frames, it's just wigging out. I am curious if it turns into a penguin, though. All right, let's turn this back to 16. And kill this one and run it again. There we go. I killed it and ran it again because it was at 24 frames. So this one, next one, I'll run at 16 because they They loop a lot better when they don't get all insane at the end. Okay, we got a full set here. That is so cool. How wild is ControlNet, seriously? Okay, so now we are running the prompts are gone, but I had person dancing in a field, and then Eric said maybe we can try running a separate prompt for the upscaling. So after it runs through the OpenPose and grabs this thing, it's now going to run the secondary prompt that we set up on the upscaler, and if it works right, it should change her into a penguin. If it doesn't, then all hell will break loose. I don't see why it wouldn't, unless the upscaler is like more like just like a refining run. And if it's a refining run, this should make like chaos. Just add penguin stickers everywhere or something. You can see it in the background. It really starts to fall apart right there. And I bet you that's 16 frames in, where it really starts to like, you see it in the grass. Just the grass starts dancing around. Huh. I wonder why. I think I spelled that wrong. I did. Oh no, it's here. Kosinkadink. Oh. It's good to read the manual sometimes. Not all the time, though, just sometimes. Well, most of the time, I guess. Oh, just realized my camera's not on. Boop. Okay, we're decoding. Is it penguin time? It is not. It seriously broke her legs, though. Okay, I don't think passing a different prompt is the way to go. I think this final upscaling step is a lot more like a refiner pass than like a dream pass. Yeah, I was very interested to see what it did. It's a good idea. I'm gonna pass this these ones back to original spot. But that's the fun of Comfy. You could just try stuff like that without having to rewrite the whole extension, you know? Dapper monkey. I like his shoes. We're doing the OpenPose generation right now. See what we get. This body's pretty humanoid, so I have a feeling. Oh, it's got extra people in the background. Huh. Even got some faces. Oh, right, because it's shorter. Yeah. Less frames. Okay. Upscaler's going. Okay, so let's double check the other workflows here. Oh, I'm really just exploring the workflows that are available on the page. I just literally started playing with this yesterday. I'm just doing operations, and then yeah, I thought I was going to go through all these workflows today on the stream because I might as well show it while I figure it out because it's it's easier. Right now, I think that's the case. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck getting good results in Automatic 1111 with the AnimateDiff implementation yet. It's probably me, but this stuff seems to have a lot more. I don't know. It just seems to make more sense. So it's cool. You can either start with the ControlNet stuff from the front or the end. So I wonder then. So you could extract 16 frames from. It'd be good. Is extracting 16 frames of an animation at 8 frames per second. So blup blup blup, like grabbing every 8 frames for 16 frames. Gobble those up, put them in a folder, and then use that as the ControlNet starter for the animation. Then you could literally pull an OpenPose animation from any video. That being said, we could slide over to ChatGPT and make a little Python GUI for doing that for FFmpeg. That might be super freaking handy. I wonder if there's already a thing for doing that. I've never seen anything that does that. It's a pretty unique use case. It can't be that hard. It can't be that hard. All right. What would the FFmpeg command be for extracting 16 frames out of a video, but skipping 8 frames between each? Okay. Output PNGs. All right. Let's try this. We go to Pexels. Yes. Yeah, that's right, Andy. So we want somebody dancing, not photos, but videos. I'm going to stick to a tall one. I wonder if there's one that isn't slow motion. I need a full body with a relatively simple background. Hello. Oh, that might work. Oh, more slow motion. The feet are hidden. Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's not gonna work because he's too. Oh, maybe from that point on though. Right here. Yeah, that might work. The last little bit. So I want to start at 5 seconds in. So let's download this. All right, open that up. Open up Resolve real quick. We want to make a new project. New project number 758,421. And then drag in this footage. Sure. I'm going to start here. All right, it's probably enough. And where does it lose? There. All right, cool. Actually, I'm going to export it. All right. Dancer person, 25 frames per second. Sure, why not? Dancer person.mov videos. Sure. Dancer person.mov. Okay, and now let's try our little script that ChatGPT spit out. There you go. Videos. Open that up in an editor real quick. Have a look at it. That's fine. Put it in a temp folder. Yeah. And it's going to be dancer, person, MOV, frame 16 temp output. Yeah, right? Gotta be. Okay, it's not long enough. That's okay. We can make one. It's damn close though. Let's see. Oh, maybe we can use a shorter maybe like every six frames. Yeah. Shorter interval. No, we need 16. So 3? Yes. Okay. So this, if we go have a look at it, temp. Wait, maybe it doesn't need to be, maybe it doesn't need an interval. Maybe we just need 16 clean frames. Like maybe having cleaner motion is better. Yeah, why not? I like the head wobble too. All right, let's run this through our thing and see what the hell happens, because interesting. Okay, that was a different workflow. Let me find it real quick. Down here, this workflow here. Grab that, and we're gonna save this one because oh, whoa, that came out cool. OpenPose helped. Neat. Very cool. Yeah, improvised cooking show. Yeah, that one's really neat. I like the hand in the fire. It's cool the way it like flips around. Interesting. All right. Okay, so we're gonna save this workflow because it's pretty cool. So this is AnimateDiff, OpenPose ControlNet, generated by input by first prompt. We'll save that workflow, and we're gonna drop the workflow I just grabbed, which does the folder thing. We're gonna go to the folder of images I just created, which is in my videos folder. Blah, 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 temp. Yeah. Okay. So let's pop that in here. Okay. Our image load cap is 16. Oh, maybe we should set it to 48. Interesting. Give me 1 sec. I have an idea. 48 frames. 48. Do it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's change you to 48. So now we have a long animation. So hopefully, yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to use the Fire Dancer prompt for the for this because I think it'll be cool on the dancing and SFW nude for sure. Okay, context length is 16. That's normal. The image load cap is 48. I'll go to Rev Animated 1. Let's change the seed. Blah, blah, blah. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. We're using OpenPose to generate from the video we just made in Resolve. And yeah, I just want to swap out my node groups here real quick. Bloop, bloop. Yep. And we'll pop in these AnimateDiff outputs that we made. Plug that into the reroute, and these are good to go. And then we want to make the same ones down here. Yep. And then we want to change these to HD. HD. And we're going to save this workflow as AnimateDiff, ControlNet, input video, OpenPose. Yeah. And then I know what it does. Okay, so that's all good. That's all good. We're trying temporal diff. I guess temporal diff can do 48 frames because that was the default. We're learning. All right, this is good. This is all good. Oh. Oh, hold on. We gotta, oh, no, we're open posing them, applying the control net. Wait. Does it do the control net in here? I want to control net these on the way in. Yes, yeah, it can make GIF and MP4. It can make H264 and it can make H265 WebMs, WebPs, all that stuff. Yeah. The only thing it can't make is PNG sequences, but Make It Rad showed me how to do that with PNG saver thing in the WAS suite. I haven't set it up yet, but you can use something in here to save thingies. I don't think this is going to work because I think it wants ControlNet images. But we can generate them. I just need to use my brain here for a minute. We generated them before because we have the images. So I just need to run. Yeah, I just need to run the ControlNet on this first, I think. So we want to add a node, OpenPose. Want to image out to OpenPose. Search for OpenPose preprocessor. Yes, yes, yes. This is what we want. Preview image. And then that goes in here, not that. Yeah, you're fine. I think. Why does it need this ControlNet? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. And it'll use OpenPose on this OpenPose. Yes. Brain make work. Yes. Okay. So now we can load any video, pre-process it into OpenPose, use that video, the OpenPose thing, as a driver to drive the animation of the AnimateDiff. And if this works right, we'll be able to make like 48 frame animations from animations because we'll have lots of input data and we're using the ControlNet to keep the motion doing stuff. So, you know, things might flicker and change, but the motion should stay coherent throughout all 48 frames, hopefully. Hopefully. This is taking a while because it is a 48 frame animation. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Jonathan Fishoff came up with a new AnimateDiff model. I'm going to try that out. Okay, I don't think it followed the ControlNet. Oh no, it didn't, because this one I should cancel this one. This one's broken. Yeah. Cancel. Cancel. Yeah, so you see how every like 16 frames it sort of loses its cohesion, changes into a different animation. It's my hope that the ControlNet will help resolve that by well, we'll see. It's doing the open pose recognition. Now it's going to generate a sequence of images that oh, the screenshots with the nodes, that's on the page for AnimateDiff-Evolved. So any of the workflows that are on the page, you can just click on it, put it like save it, and then just drag it onto ComfyUI, and it will rebuild this node structure in your window. It only works with these particular workflow files because he injected the workflows into them, but every image you make with ComfyUI, like PNG file, it contains this stuff. So you can drag any image you've made with Comfy back into Comfy, and it will rebuild the node structure that it took to actually build that image in the first place, which is like super handy. It's a really, really cool way of sharing workflows with people. Is it done? I don't know, because we're looking at a screenshot. Oh, there we go. Is it done? Oh no, it's still doing the open pose recognition. Is it okay? Oh yeah, it did it. Okay. Nice. So we got our animation from the video we grabbed from Pexels. Now it should be using that to do the motion for this. So when it's done, we'll see. That's super cool. OpenPose is so cool. So I didn't even need, it turns out I didn't even need an FFmpeg script. All you would have to do is just take any file you want into the, into a video editor and just grab 48 frames or like 2 seconds at 24 frames per second of any video. And then you can just export it as a PNG sequence and drop it in there. Or you can use that FFmpeg thing that we did. Pretty handy, actually. Let me find that little chunk. There it is. You can use that to extract 48 frames of a video. You just have to have FFmpeg installed on your computer. That's set, that one where it says n/1, that's how many frames to skip. So if you want to skip every frame, you change it to 2. You want to skip 2 frames, you change that to 3. So you could get, more movement with less frames, because this is going to kind of interpolate the motion anyway as it moves. So I think you could get up to maybe 2 or 3, 4 frame skip without it freaking out too hard. If in your animation, the limbs go like, 45 degrees within, 1 frame, you probably got too much frame skipping. Render. Now I need a 4090. Somebody send me a 4090 and the renders will go faster. I'm just kidding. I'm super happy with the 3090. So nice to be able to just do this stuff. And share it. Couldn't share it on my 3070. There's something really cool about the motion, even when it's wrong in this. Decoding. Hey, it's doing it. It's doing it. It did the thing. Oh, that is so cool. Holy cow, that's powerful. So any animation you want, you can just take the motion capture from now and use it as an AnimateDiff input. Wow. They already loop. I don't know how they did it, but they do kind of loop. Like the change is abrupt, but it's it's pretty close to a loop. Getting actual seamless loops, I think, is pretty far away. There's a ping pong checkbox, but what that'll do is play the video out and then reverse it, and play it out and reverse it. So it will feel like it's, seamless, but it's literally just going, sine wave back and forth. I'm curious what the upscale looks like. That fire looks really awesome. This one especially, this like... I think loop count just like makes 2 loops in your video or 3 loops in your video. Like right now they're just looping like constantly, but like in the video it saves, instead of being 1 loop, it'll be 2 loops or 3 loops or 4 loops or 5 loops. So yeah, extract 48 frames of any animation you want. Try to keep it the same aspect ratio as your output footage. And then, yeah, you can run it through the thing. This might take a while. Might skip the upscaling step for this 48 frame animations, but like when I'm live. But you know, when you're at home by yourself, just let it run, go make coffee, and hang out in the other room and chill out. This is not one of the example workflows. I kind of hacked this one together. Hello. This one is the same as this text to image with initial ControlNet. It's the same as the last one, except I'm just running ControlNet OpenPose pose recognition on the input video instead of having it already made. So in the example, the person had one already made, but I figured we can just do that on the input. So make your input video 48 frames or 16 frames or 32 frames, and then tell it where the PNG sequence is, tell it how many frames it is, and run it through the OpenPose, and then run everything back out through that, and it'll generate this instead of having you to have to already make it. So that's the only change we've made to the thing. And I added some output options. I can drop this. I can drop an image that this made on my Discord, like the PNG file, and you can just grab it from there and drop it on and play with this if you want. I am curious to see what the upscaler does, but this is taking a while. Oh, let me pull up the VLC files, videos, dancer person. So this is the input footage here for the motion. So you can see it did a pretty good job of capturing what was happening and transferring it into the animation. So if my input loop was more looped, the animation would be more looped. Like if he was in the same position going in and going out, that would really affect the loop of this. Like The ones that are just from raw text prompts, they loop pretty good. Oh, this is local and it's on a 3090 with like an i5 12 gen. I'm not sure if you need more than 8 gigabytes of RAM to do AnimateDiff with ControlNets on top, but I think it's possible to do it with as little as 6 gigs if you optimize the hell out of it, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I move my mouth away from the mic to breathe. You have to be pretty old to get that reference. It just occurred to me that's a very old person thing to say. My computer is so hot right now. I had a PS4 controller sitting on top of it and it's like cooking. I got that one. From what I heard, Tezonde is quite a cool dude. I was talking to somebody who hung out with him a bit and said he was super chill. I get chocolate rain in my head all the time. I need to get a portal gun. Just put a little portal to the Antarctic behind my computer. Let it suck in air from the South Pole. I guess I'd have to go there to open the other portal, wouldn't I? It's a whole thing. I do have a portal gun, though. It might be easier to get there. I guess you could just put your portal on an airplane, right? And just wait for it to land and then step off into the new place. We need portal guns. You think ChatGPT can make portal guns? Maybe ChatGPT 5. I just saw that Imad retweeted this stream. That's amazing. Thanks. Thanks, Imad. Welcome if you're watching. Yeah, ask it. Come on, ChatGPT, hook us up. Do we really want ChatGPT to be like Aperture Science, though? Probably not. Well, the refining run is weird. The quality is really wild, though. Like, really wild. That is really cool. $24, $14, yes, $212, yeah. All right, cool. Cool. That takes forever. So let's let's slide back to one of the faster workflows so we can get, better results, and you guys can drop prompts and we can see what this thing can do. But this is a really cool workflow, and I will drop this. Let me save this workflow. Oh, I already did save this workflow. So I'm going to drop this on my Discord. You guys can grab it there if you want. General. I'll just put that. Where did those download to? ControlNet input. So here's the one. I'll drop that on there. So that's ControlNet input video. That's what, if you have an input video, you can use that to generate it. And then this is the workflow where the OpenPose is generated by the first prompt and then done in the refining step. So yeah, both ways. So you don't need input footage if you don't have it. You can do it from a prompt. And if you need access to my Discord, the link is at the top of my website. It's the one that looks like a little video game controller. Oops. I want to go back to YouTube. I want to go to pers.xyz. Discord invite is right here on my website. Just click this little link right here on the social menu, and that'll bring up the Discord invite. And you'll come in. As always, if you have questions or you're trying to set stuff up and it doesn't make sense, just pop in and start chatting, and either me or somebody else will help you. We don't bite. It's pretty chill in there. Okay, let's go back to a simpler workflow. Let's do... I'm going to can the upscalers for now because we know they look cool, but the upscaling takes forever. So let's just go back to that super simple motion LoRA workflow and try and get some cool stuff out of that. Boop, boop, boop. You get used to doing this little dance. All right. We don't need you. We need you. Bloop, bloop. Good to go. Okay, where's that prompt? Melted candle wax, blah, blah, blah. All right, and then NSFW nude and rev animated. We got our zoom out and pan left LoRA. Context of 16, 32 frame animation. This should be nice and fast. Let's change the seed too. Yeah, I'm running the one right now, the melted wax, but I didn't see the other one. Let's pop that in there. The workflow where you generate the first clip and then use that to make a ControlNet for the next clip is probably the easiest workflow if you want to do ControlNet stuff. That's with OpenPose. The Lineart one works really cool too. The Lineart example is on the website, but if you want the OpenPose one, it's on my Discord, but you can build it too. You just delete the, oh, let me make sure that's safe for work. Yeah, I think we're okay. Never know. Right on. Let's increase the height. Actually, let's increase the width. We were doing tall ones, but let's try wide ones. 768 by 512. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's cool. Like she like sneakily smashes an espresso real quick. I want to do another one, but wide of that, and then I'll try this prompt here. Look at the coffee spilling in the cup when she moves. Like, what the hell? That's crazy. Bloop. Yeah. Yeah, that happened to me when I was watching somebody else play with Comfy a couple months ago. I was like, yeah, today's the day. So it's zooming out and panning to the left. I mean, kind of is. Let's go back to 512. These wide ones take too long. I like how consistent it's saying over the 32 frames. I mean, there's definitely like a scene change. Like her shirt like changes like hard. Yeah, the best thing to do with Comfy is just get that Comfy Manager installed ASAP. Then you can use the manager to install and uninstall like extra nodes. Because like some of the suites are really great. I have another video from about 2 weeks ago where I go through using the image processing chains in Comfy to like make glitch machines that'll like give you like glitchy alternatives to your outputs that you can mess with. Oh, that one's really cool. Oh man, that is cool. Actually, this one can go. There we go. I can see it all on the same screen. It's nice to have the GIFs, but GIFs are 256 color palettes, so you get a lot of color banding and stuff. So it's a good idea to save them as MP4s as well. And like I said, Make It Rad showed me how to do a PNG sequence export as well, to make sure that you get top quality for all the frames, so that you could like interpolate it later in whatever you choose to use, like Topaz, Rife, or because like this 24 frame animation is a little too fast, right? And this one's a little too choppy. But if you interpolate the 12 frame animation that you make at 24 frames, then it'll smooth it out, and you'll get like happy medium. So I just use Topaz, but you can actually use Rife and Film right in Deforum. So if you open up Deforum in Automatic 1111 and you go to the video output, there's actually a place in there where you can do the upscaling and interpolation with come on, brain. With Film and Rife, and just spit those out into your Deform folder. Kind of Harley Quinn. It's weird. There's so many nodes for Comfy. It's wild. Hey, Pancakes, what's up, buddy? Just making anime girls on YouTube, you know, the usual. They're watching you. Let's see. Oh. That's cool. I love how it loops. I like how it like morphs. That's cool. Yeah, Automatic 1111's AnimateDiff implementation is extremely broken. Highly recommend doing Comfy, to be honest, bruh. Nice. Let's try that. Oh yeah, I make tons of deform stuff. I do everything. I really like mixing this stuff together, and what I'll probably end up doing is making a bunch of animated diff stuff and using that to drive deform animations and all kinds of other stuff. I really like mixing all this stuff together. So yeah. Right now, my big obsession in deform is the QR Code ControlNet. Ooh. Oh, there's no node for it. Huh. I was just thinking I could use the QR Code ControlNet, but oh, hold on. Yeah, I think if I pre-process it just like threshold, or using like the black and white masks that I already have, and use the QR Code ControlNet in place of the other one, we could do animate diffs that have the ControlNet stuff. No, that's cool, but it's not what I'm trying to do. This is cool. Yeah, QR Code ControlNet with Deforum. I did a video a couple days ago on it. You should check it out. It's really cool. It's really, really cool. This is really neat. Now I want to try that ControlNet process. All right, give me 5 seconds. I want to try something. Let's load up the workflow we were just working with, the ControlNet input video. Yep. And then we don't need to process it. And we just copy it in. So C AI Stable Diffusion. Oh no, it's AI extensions, ControlNet models, QR Code Monster, AI Comfy, and we want to go to models, ControlNet. All right, cool. Refresh. Beauty, and then QR Code Monster. And then I want to use one of my masks as input. Let's try this one. And we're just going to do 16 frames of it. And oh, it's got a start index. Ah, that's dope. Let's do 24 frames in. So QR Code Monster. Okay, and we're going to do a wave of sakura blossom flowers moving through the ocean. Yeah. All right, so we got QR code, good monster. Okay. What do you say, Bay? Okay, okay. Might have to frame skip these a bit to get more fluid animation, but let's see what it do. Oh no. It's the wrong height. See what happens. Like you're like the fourth person I've go, what? What? Oh my god. What the oh my god. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god, it's working exactly like I thought it would. Oh, this is cool. Oh man. With this driving the thing, you could probably just let it sit and do chug away at like a 280 frame animation too. Oh. It's like Deforum but StyleGAN. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how you wire LoRa's in, but I think you can. Like I think there's a LoRa node and it goes through. So you like send the model into the LoRa and then a LoRa out to the like the model input of the sampler. So you can like just stack them with a weight. There's a little weight setting on it. I feel like I just came across some pretty secret sauce here. I love the way this animates. I can't wait to see what the upscale looks like. This checkpoint is rev animated, which is crazy because this is like doesn't look super animated. Yeah, they're all on. If you look in the description of the video, the second link to the AnimateDiff-Evolved SDXL stuff, you got to install ComfyUI Manager, and then just follow all the steps on that thing. Yeah, and then install it with ComfyUI Manager, and then when you load it up, it'll complain about the stuff that it needs. Then you can use ComfyUI Manager to install the missing custom nodes, and it'll just fix all the deps. Then you restart it, and it's all good to go. And just put the models from the things where it says in the right folders, and you're off to the races. If it's confusing at all, just go back to the beginning of this video. I did the whole setup process at the beginning. Jeez. I think I like this one better, honestly, but wow. Something like this. All right, I'm going to kill the upscaler for now. Just unplug it. And I think that should stop this process. And we're going to try a different mask. I'm going to mask that moves more. Let's try this one. Oh, I don't have PNGs. Where are the ones with all the PNG files? There, no, that one. Yeah, that one. All right, 1624, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's weird. Oh, no, yeah, 16. Okay, so let's try 48. Excuse me. 48. 512 by 512. Kick it. Yeah, I don't... It's okay. We don't need that. Yeah, okay, still working. I'm curious what it does with 48 frames of input. If it'll change every 16 frames or if it'll stay coherent because it's got so much information for input. This is chugging frames pretty fast. Yeah. It's pretty easy, man. You can just do it from there's instructions on the thing. Like you'll have no problem. You just put the right models in the right folders and it's easy. Just gonna go step back in time. Oh, come on. Oh, what? Oh, this is so good. Okay. So, does this mean I can make a loop by doing all 280 frames of this animation? I mean, come on. No slow con, but maybe I'll make one. Holy shit. This is wild. Look at that animation. Look at that. All right, I'm going to try a 280 frame one and see if my computer explodes. Fake cooking show, improv cooking show. All right, 280 frames. Wish me luck. It's going to be like, nah, that's way too big, Hoss. Or is it? No. It's working. I wouldn't want to upscale this one latently, but it'd be a good candidate for Topaz, I think. I can't believe this is working. So it says it's going to take 5 minutes to do. I mean, that's about as long as a deform animation takes. It's working. 16 seconds per iteration. This may be speed upable by more GPUs. Well, this is a 3090. I mean, but when it says one iteration, it's doing 280 frames, right? I think. Or is it doing 1/20th of 280 frames? I have no idea. I guess it does the whole animation at once. Yes, as far as I know, it can. I posted a link to one earlier on my Twitter. Somebody asked if it could be run. Someone asked. Oh wait, it's ComfyUI collab. It's by Cam. Yeah, Cam. Cam's got one. Here you go. As far as I know, you just load that up like in the Comfy and or in the collab, and then when you're in Comfy, yeah, install the manager and like you can just do everything one to one like you would on a Windows install. Yeah, might be a bit of a pain in the ass to get the models into the right folders, but should work. He's already got a bunch of different setups for Comfy as well. If you just want one to play with that isn't it. I wonder if he's got an animate. He doesn't have an AnimateDiff one yet, but I imagine it won't be long. Cam's really fast with it. Render, 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 render. Oh yeah, computer's cooking now. Holy cow. Clean up some of these damn windows, eh? Yeah, Andy. Yeah, a big Blender nerd too. This is like heaven for Blender nerds. Like once you figure out, because it's just like Blender, right? They're color coded. Like you can't plug a float into a vector and stuff. So it's like, well, you can, but you know what I mean. It just tells you what goes in and what comes out, and it also does that thing where you drag out and let go, and it gives you like the most common examples of what you'd want. Or you can search for the node you're trying to go. I wonder if the VAE is going to be able to handle decoding 280 frames without just exploding. I can't believe it's rendering 280 frames right now. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's got an upper limit because this doesn't look like 280 to me. This looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 17 times 6 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 17 times 6 plus 14. 116 frames? Nah. Weird. This is a 3090. I don't know. I've never used UE5 beyond just kind of messing around with the default project. But I know it does have a node system for like materials and blueprints and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, maybe it is like this. I don't know. Whoa. Yeah, so we got, I would say maybe like 100 and some odd frames. 116 frames. Oh, that is so cool. It's in the description. It's this one. And it matters. The other one's not maintained as well. Oh, but I told it to start at 24. Start at 0. And let's try one of the other masks. I wish I had made more with PNG sequences. Masks. Those are the MOVs. Because I mean, I think it might actually work with SDXL, but the all the dumb ControlNet stuff I'm doing right now, yeah, just kill command line. All the ControlNet stuff I'm doing right now only works with 1.5. There is SDXL ControlNet nodes for depth, canny, scribble, and reference, I think. But I don't think they work with this workflow yet. I need some PNG sequences, please. Oh man, when did I start making PNG sequences? Wait, was that a 140 frame animation? It was. Okay. All right, let's jump over to Blender and just make one real quick because I've got an idea. This ComfyUI tutorial has just turned into a Blender tutorial. It's not really a tutorial. We're just messing around, trying stuff together. The beginning was a tutorial, I suppose, on setting it up, but then it just got a little free jazz. No, actually, I think Runway and maybe Pika, I don't know. They feel more like model scope or zero scope or like their own trained thing to me. I mean, I don't know, like, because nobody knows. Stuff's black box. But yeah, I have a feeling it's more in the model scope land because as far as I know, Runway just hired the guy who makes model scope. So I don't know if that means that they're using it or if it means that they want to use it. It could be some combination of all the styles. I really don't know. Uh, 1024 will be fine. I'm listening to 80s stuff. I usually listen to 80s stuff while I'm doing this stuff. Temp. We'll call this wave YouTube. Standard. All right, let's make an animated mask. That was 140 frame video, so I think we can make a 280 frame animation. I believe in it. I believe in us. I have misplaced faith in our abilities. Color ramp. Constant. These work best with constant lines. Gradients and ease and stuff like that tends to make blurry shit, but I don't know what it'll do with might do different stuff with AnimateDiff. Something to explore, not right now. Texture wave. Let's add a wave texture. So what we're going to do is we're going to animate the wave texture on a course of 280 frames. We're going to start it at 0. And on the frame past the final frame, we are going to animate it to the value of negative tau, TAU. So moving the phase offset from 0 to negative 2 pi will make it loop perfectly no matter what we do. So we hit spacebar and we've got a perfect loop here. Bring the scale down. Boom. And we got a scanning line. In this case, because it's bands X, we want to change that. We go rings Z or Z, and we add a mapping node. And the mapping node, we need to provide it some texture coordinates. We're going to feed it texture coordinates from the object so it knows where the center is. If it doesn't know where the center is, it thinks the center of the image is the bottom left, but that's not the case. We actually want the center of the image to be the center of the plane. So if we use the object texture coordinates as the mapping and plug that into the wave texture, now it knows to come out from the center. So we've got an expanding wave right now. So it's similar to the animation we just made, but it's easier. So let's go, let's stick with Z. So one cool thing we can do with textures is add a new texture into it. So we add a secondary texture. Use the same mapping. Now we've got bubbles. So now that we got these bubbles, we think, oh, they look pretty cool, but they are a little too slow for our animation. So what can I do? The animation is running from -0 to -2 pi. So why don't we go 0 to -2 pi times 2? And then it'll be twice as fast because it's going twice as far, but it's maintaining the same phase offset. So 2 tau, negative tau times 2. So now the animation will be twice as fast. That's probably good. I'm just trying to imagine what that'll look like. Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. Maybe if we do like clouds or stormy sky or something. Cool. I think that's a good speed. Let's leave that alone. Go here, export it as a wave texture, and make sure it's a PNG sequence because that's what we need for bringing them in. And we're doing a 512 by 512 animation, so I'm actually going to render this at 512 by 512, and that might save us a bit of memory on the overhead. That's all good, and it's a PNG sequence, so we can stop the animation, render animation, and it should spit out our little PNG sequence into that folder. Right on. It's our image sequence. So let's go back over to Comfy and have a look at our temp folder. That's where I save my renders. So Wave YouTube. This is our thing. So we plop it here, and we know that it's a 280 frame animation, and we want to start on frame 0. So let's go storm clouds, terrible storm, cumulonimbus, thunder, lightning. Let's try this. Bloop. Now it should render 280 frames of this and feed it into the QR code ControlNet. I hope that's 280. Yeah, it starts where it ends. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I bet this one takes a little bit longer. I can't believe it's doing chunks of 280 frames. What is that about? How does that even make sense? Computer's heating up now. We are cooking. So this one says it's going to take 12 minutes. So that's maybe about twice as long as a deform animation of this size. Well, maybe not with ControlNet and other stuff going on. It's not bad. That's 20 full steps. I can't believe how cool these animations are. I really love the way everything. Oh, so cool. Yeah, dude, you just drag any of the screenshots of the workflows into Comfy, and it builds the table for you. Yeah, so just like grab any of. It's confusing at first, but pretty much everything that you do with Comfy, you can just drag the images in. So these workflows here, like this, you just drag this into Comfy. Like, save it and drag it into Comfy, and you're off to the races. And then you just got to make sure the models are in the right folders and you've got the right stuff selected, and it just works. The link in the description that I've told you 7 times. The link to the AnimateDiff workflow that's in the description below. I linked it up there too. The Kosinkadink. This thing is cooking. It's working though. Yeah, you literally drag the picture into the app and let go, and it like... It's such a great workflow. And anything you make in Comfy, you can just drag it in and it rebuilds the node structure with the prompt and the seed and all that crap. Just add more of these AnimateDiff combines, plug the image into them, and then in format, there's more options. If there aren't, you might have to go to Manager and install missing custom nodes, and then maybe restart Comfy. Might just be something that's missing, or maybe you need... It's possible you need FFmpeg installed in your system to make those work. I'm not actually sure. They might rely on that on the back end. But they're in the AnimateDiff combine option. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know either. When I first started, I just started rebuilding the node structures from the screenshots, and then I was like, it says right on the page, it's like you can just drag the screenshots in to get the workflows, and I just missed it. I wasn't even paying attention. I had rebuilt 3 or 4 of those node trees by myself before I realized, yeah, you could just drag the image in. I mean, it's a good way to learn what's happening, though, to rebuild the node structures on your own, but you don't have to. %50 done? Not quite. Almost. I know there's nothing more captivating to watch than someone's render window. I need to get like a little mini game to play in the corner or something while this is happening, for just like on TikTok, half the screen will just be like Subway Surfers or something. Mario 64 speedruns in the corner. It's not a bad idea, actually. All right, while this finishes, I'm going to stand up and walk around, and I suggest you do the same. Take a break. We've been at this for a while. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Stretch your legs or don't. I'm not your mom. See you soon. Render, render, render. All I do is render. Feels like that sometimes. Oh, I guess we're back. I don't need to have that little text up there anymore. I stably diffused my apartment. Do you like it? It's very fake. I've got a TV on the wall and some pictures and a really ugly couch. I'm going to try to remember to make a new apartment for every stream, but I forgot this time. It's the idea I got from Olivia. Yeah. Next time I'll live in the Shire. It'd be cool to have a little hobbit house. We're getting close. I can't believe this thing's just chonking 280 frames every go. Is that what's happening, or is it like doing like so many frames per step maybe? What is happening? Anybody smart here that knows what AnimateDiff is and how it works? I'm curious. It would make sense to me that I'm doing chunks of the animation. Like step 1 is the first whatever, 280 divided by 20 frames. But like the times kind of make sense for that, but I don't know. Does that mean long animations are going to look like crap? It's hard to say. Well, we're decoding. What was the prompt? Oh yeah, storm clouds. Just no preview at all till it's done. That's hilarious. Assembling. Oh yeah, it might be the same seed. I don't think I changed it. It's a different prompt though, so the thing is if you try to run the same thing with the same seed, it just doesn't run. Like it knows not to just waste time and run the same prompt with the same seed. Whoa. What the Oh my god. That is unreal. Hey Wendy, what's up? This is crazy. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah, I think tornado's the way to go. I can't believe how cool this looks. Okay. Yeah, I guess we should try a tornado. You know what? I'm gonna try I'm gonna just like move half of the frames out so that it's it takes 5 minutes to render instead of 10, just because like that's a long time on stream. So let me do that real quick. Let's just do the first like 140 frames, which is I think 140. Yeah. So let's just grab these ones and put them in second half. Hopefully it won't recursively grab the whole folder. So let's replace this. Okay. Oh, I don't even need to do that. I could just load 140 images. Nodes. All right. Oh no, go back to Euler. Okay, so let's try tornado, high winds, devastation, flying debris, lightning. And we don't want our tornado to be NSFW or nude. Ideally. Okay. Q. I think this one frame interpolated to 24 frames per second is going to look wild. Like I love the way this one looks, but it's a little too fast with some of the motion. Maybe not. I don't know. This is really, really smooth. I love the lightning and the way the clouds or the waves splash. Oh my god. It's so cool. Yeah, did 140 frames. Nice. It should take less time. Pop that on there, pop that on there, and then we can see everything. Hey, Pixel, yeah. QR codes with AnimateDiff, the QR Code Monster with AnimateDiff. Works really good. Works really, really good. How do you get the previews? That's the AnimateDiff combine. So you pull that out of the VAE decode at the end. Sorry, I missed your question there. You just pull out, and then you want to add a AnimateDiff combine. And then you can select the format you want, and then you can select the frame rate you want, and just make one for all the different ones you want. Like I just made 3. One that does an 8 frame GIF, 8 frame per second GIF, 12 frame per second MP4, and 24 frame per second MP4. And then I just made that a node template, so I can drop it on the end of any of these workflows. It's like making a group node in Blender. Oh, I love the way the motion moves. It's so cool. Like that wave that comes over the bottom. Right here. Oh, man. Let's make a new mask. All right. I bet that'll make a pretty freaking cool animation. Let's try that one. I will say it's nice having the VRAM to be able to do this and run Blender and stream and do NVIDIA broadcast. Did you install the ComfyUI Manager and do all the install missing nodes and set it all up with the instructions and stuff? Or did you like install it manually? I think there's some stuff that happens when you install the Comfy through the batch file that maybe you missed a dependency or something. Not sure. But in the manager, if you go to install missing custom nodes and then restart Comfy, it might fix it. On my Discord, there's two workflows. You can try one of my workflows and see if that's a problem. Although they're ControlNet workflows, I should drop this. Well, the simpler workflows are up there. It should work. I don't know why it's not working. Comes out of the VAE decode into the AnimateDiff combine. I used the FTMSE 8400 EMA pruned one. The yeah, this one. What? Did that game jam fry your brain? Did you guys get the game done? You'll have to send me a build. No, you didn't get it done? Or no, you won't send me a build? Oh, sorry to hear that, man. A lot of work, though. Yeah, send me the broken game. Okay, here we go. VAE decoding. Let's check out the tornado. Oh, it's crazy how similar it is. Oh, yeah, same seed. Duh. After we talked about it, I forgot to change the seed. That is cool, though. Man, those are cool. I think that one loops. Almost. Loops enough. God, that's cool. Okay, let's try that new one I made. Let's do 140 frames and we'll change the seed. This one, let's try cellular growth, microscopic life, nanopunk, electron microscope, living organisms. See if we can get some cool science. It's crazy. There's absolutely no preview until it's done. Oh, I just love the motion so much in this. It's so trippy. Six minutes for 140 frames. Not horrible, considering whatever crazy stuff is going on here. Yeah, I'm curious what it does with a human when the when the QR code stuff is so weird. Let's try that prompt. I'll wait till this one's done to run it. The QR code control net works best with black and white. The more gray you go, the less it doesn't like make a difference until you hit a certain point in the gray. Basically, everything that's gray is blurry. Everything that's black and white is solid. So you could use little like bands of gray to add blur in between white and black lines, but yeah, QR code just doesn't react very well to grays and grayscale and colors. Yeah, it is control. No, it is control code QRNet or QR code ControlNet. See, that's why it's so exciting. Yeah, I am doing QR code ControlNet. That's why it looks like this. Let's go. I think it's closer to like 7 or 8 minutes by the time it's actually done. Ooh, I wonder if I move the strength down to 0.8 like I do in Deforum, if we'll get some cool stuff going on. Because this is at 100% right now, strength on the weight of the QR code ControlNet. So I wonder. Have to try that on the next run. Oh, we're still on the animated one too. Wonder what this would look like with like a super photorealistic checkpoint. I wish I worked with SDXL. I would totally loop in the new IKEA LoRA. That is amazing. It's so funny. What did I make that with? Oh, I made it with automatic. Inputs text to images today. Yeah. It's so good. do you make this go away? Go away. Windows, you suck. Why would that preview show up all the time? I hate Windows so much. But yeah, the IKEA LoRA is amazing. LoRA is a LoRA is it's like a layer you can drop on top of your model to drive it into a new place. So like a LoRA will like say you have just a regular image, you want to make it look like Studio Ghibli, you can run a Studio Ghibli LoRA on top of your Stable Diffusion thing and put it in the prompt, and then it'll incorporate that at the end to guide the result towards what the LoRA was trained on. So you can use LoRAs to train on like really specific things. So if you go to civitai.com and you search for LoRAs, they're on the in the little thingy under models. LoRA. All these are like specialized training sets, and they're smaller than a checkpoint. They're like, anywhere from like 50 to 200 megs. And they have like very specific functions. So you can use them and you can mix them together too. So you can, really extend the capabilities of Stable Diffusion. Like I trained a LoRA on my face. I trained a LoRA on some of my art. So, whoa! Oh, this is so cool. Now I want to see what it does with a humanoid. So let's try this this prompt here. 512, 512. Yeah, everything's cool. Same input. I can't believe how cool that is. Huh. Man, the people who ignored this stream on Twitter are going to be really sad they missed this. I wonder what the top limit is. I wonder how many frames, I wonder how far we can push this. Can I render for an hour and do like 1,000 frames? Will it work? Will my GPU catch on fire? Find out next week on the Lone Diffuser. I like how they turn into snakes a little bit there at the yeah. Yeah, that one I think I'll try offline in the winter. Yeah, just let me do this on the cluster. Just give me cluster access. I'll do AnimateDiff research for you. So we got ControlNet access, so we can use any ControlNet. The Pose one works really good. This one works really good. This one works really good. Now, what if we can stack ControlNets like we do in everything else? So I got the pose, and I've got the thresholded silhouette of the thing that's happening. I've got a depth map. Can I do a 3-layer ControlNet run with AnimateDiff? How do we stack ControlNets in this setup? Can we stack control nets? Yep. No. Yeah? No. Yes? No. Yes? No. 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 Is it like a control net sequencer or pass through? Huh. Well, I don't know. Question for a smarter person. How the hell long would a upscale take of 140 frames? Twice was 4 times. It was 20 minutes. Yeah, maybe like 25 minutes to upscale one of these. Latently. Might not be worth it considering the way these upscales look. I mean, the flowers look good, but they kind of look like deviled eggs up here. Almost done. I'm wondering if the humans will just be like, the human face will just get like separated and turned into new faces. And because like this stuff's all very abstract and gooey. It'd be even faster on yours, bud. Yeah. Like right now. Just go back to the beginning of the video and set it all up. Right on. I got to try that too. So it definitely works with 8 gigs of VRAM then. Take me. I wasn't sure. Here we go. Whoa. Holy. Oh my god. Oh, looks cool as hell. Super sick. This is wild. Underwater symmetrical octopus. Was that a prompt, Wib? Or are you just describing what you're seeing? That's crazy. Oh, okay, cool, cool. I'm gonna run this other prompt. Hey, WebGnome. We're using AnimateDiff incorrectly to great results. I passed the QR code ControlNet in to use like a mask, one of my masks to drive the diffusion for AnimateDiff. Results are pretty wild. Let's try to load all the videos we made. There we go. Whoa. Big ones are big. So all the crazy stuff we've made tonight. A lot of this was before we were doing the ControlNet. That's ControlNet. Render. It's like it can run OpenPose on a folder of images. That's what I was using to make the OpenPose loader that would load up an OpenPose from a image sequence. So I like just grabbed a video of a dancer from Pexels and used the little thing to make an OpenPose sequence to run the dancing. So the actually it's coming up right now. That one right there. That's from OpenPose that we pulled in from a Pexels video. So much stuff going on here. Yeah, it's on my Discord actually. If you go to PerzZXYZ, the link to my Discord is just let me hide this video. It's this guy right here. Just click on that and jump on over, and I dropped all the ControlNet stuff on my in the general chat. Just grab it there. I don't know. Why? Julia, hello. You. I have Handbrake. What do you want me to use Handbrake for? Crazy. No, absolutely not. Sorry, it's trade secret. Literally figured it out on stream. Where's my chat with you? There we go. Yeah, that's wicked. I saw that. That's awesome. Yeah, you can just like interpolate that to, you know, make it smoother or whatever. Boom, 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 boom. Well, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, absolutely. Have a great night. Ooh, this came out cool. Wavy lines and spirals. It's still like it's still changing sort of like context every 16 frames. because of the context length, but I don't know if I can actually turn that up or not. So I'll just leave that alone. I kind of like it, honestly. It's sort of like jumping the strength into Deforum, having it like click into some new stuff. Very fun. Okay, let's try let's try a different mask, sure. We can try just a simple like just bands maybe. Yeah. Rings will go Z out. Yeah, and then we'll go Z in. Tau times 2. Have them go in. There we go. We'll try that with the oh, actually I want to switch it. Yeah. Yeah. See temp, wave distortion. Render that. And wave distortion. Go back to comfy. Try this. The frogs with the waves? Sure, why not? Wavy frogs. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's all set. 20, yeah, okay. I really like this one. This one's cool. All right, cool. Let's try that prompt. Ba, 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 ba. We got our wave distortion. Yeah, it's working. All right, cool. Because we're doing tau times 2, when I do these animations at half the frames, they still work because we're going through it twice. This one should be cool though. Whoops. How do I unselect that? Yeah, there we go. Oh. Ah, I forgot to change the seed. How far in are we? Yeah, I'm gonna try a different seed. Let's try the best number on Earth. It's been a marathon stream. I think we're coming up on 4 hours. Yeah, jeez. Who streams for 4 hours? Can you say hyperfocus? Hey, what's up? How you doing, bud? Good to see you. Love your stuff so much. Yeah, it is fun. Don't you love watching progress bars? Me too. Whoops. I keep grabbing the wrong window. I'm trying to get everything on the screen at the same time. Come on, those ones are so cool. Oh, right on. Yeah, no, ComfyUI is definitely super fun. This is AnimateDiff using Blender masks as ControlNet QR code inputs. Similar to the deform stuff I've been doing lately, but wanted to try it in AnimateDiff, and it turns out it's freaking wild. I didn't actually come out planning to do this. It just sort of came to me while we were working through the workflow, and skadoosh, here we are. Yeah, it's crazy. Especially when you're using the ControlNet mask, like these ones that are playing right now. They're so smooth. This is AnimateDiff. So this is this node set for automatic or Comfy. Definitely recommend installing the ComfyUI Manager to handle all this stuff. Holy cow, lots of new friends on the Discord. Render. I need to put like clickbait porn titles for these YouTube videos, like 40-year-old man rendering on a hot GPU. I don't even remember what the prompt is for this one. Roses and teeny frogs, puddles, raindrops, waves, streamers, water smoke by artist Carol Back. All right. Let's see what we got. In a bathtub. Everybody keeps their GPU in a bathtub full of vegetable oil, right? Oh, I'm the weird one. Okay. VAE decoding. Here we go. Combine. Whoa. What the Does he hop from here to here? Oh, come on. That is crazy. Okay, let's change the seed. And we'll do the thing that I forgot to do, which is reduce the weight from 1 to 0.8, because that's the weight I use in Deforum. So maybe we'll get a little bit more outside ideas going on. But this is so cool. I can't even tell where the loop point is. I don't see the loop. Super cool. All right, what was the large pile of whipped cream? And you wanted to see a spiral, so let's see that in a spiral. For this particular thing, I think fixed is better, but yeah, I was doing ones with randomized earlier and they're cool too, so I don't know. More research is needed. Let's try. That's FX Nodes by Iad. Love them. Ooh, yeah. All right, let's try some spiral strawberries. Not to brag or anything, but oh, you got rid of it. LOL. Yeah, I made the demo I made the demo for effects nodes. Everybody else listens to Madonna while they do this, right? Not just me. Oh, let's get the Well, that's a cool texture. Now, how to animate that? Almost done. Interesting. So sign, be smoother, and then reverse it. Maybe the other way around. What if we do that with like tangled vines or something? Growing tangled vines. Let's try it. Temp, Truche. All right. Ooh, we're rendering. Let's see. So this was a large pile of whipped cream and strawberries melting and running over the table with a spiral animation. Nice. That's trippy. I want to eat that. Yum. Quantum dessert. I keep saying I should try the realistic model, and I keep forgetting to enable it. Let's try realistic vision. I want to actually run that same prompt, but with this weird video I just made. Truche, YouTube Truche. It's so weird the way it like globs out. I just want to run this prompt again on realistic vision. Sharif don't like it. I don't think I have the latest version of realistic. I'm curious what it does with all this detail. I have a feeling it's just going to be goo, but you never know. It's actually made a pretty cool image in itself. All right, I need to stretch my knees. You should too. You don't have to. I'm not your mom, but I've been streaming for 4 hours, so I'm going to stand up and walk around a bit, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh, thanks for coming out, NFT BitArt. Really appreciate it. Have a good night. That mold doesn't look healthy. Yeah, gross. Okay, so too much detail is probably a bad thing. But at least we know that now. That is disgusting. All right. Oh, something crashed. I wonder why it crashed. Let's see if it crashed. Where's that last prompt? I thought you sent another prompt. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, there it is. Prompt Drew. There we go. Drew cat dog tulip. All right, let's go back to Blender real quick and make a mask that isn't insane. I'm not going to save this one. It sucks. We got our wave out. Let's do wave in instead. Tau times 2. Get good. No, I don't know. Let's debug it. Why do you think that is? That's kind of cool. That might work. Let's try adding in a... I wonder if smooth tiles will look cool folded into that. Ooh, kinda. 4? The other way, maybe? Trying to get a nice 50-50 mix of... No, not yet. Trying to get a nice 50-50 mix of black and white. Without too many jagged edges and weirdness. Actually, maybe 2. Oh, I know why that's happening. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's interesting. That's probably crazy enough. All right, let's get that going. See, temp. I don't even know what to call this. Let's do smooth tile wave texture. YouTube. Render go. That might be your LoRA. Temp. The YouTube. Smooth to wave texture. Yeah, there you go. Jam that shit in there. Buck 40. God, I hate this so much. All right, let's see what the Drew cat dog tulip Tom Bagshaw does. Let's go blow. Ugh. Do 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 do. All right. What are you saying? Okay, so it didn't crash. It just. Oh, maybe it did. It's rendering. Let's let it go. God, that's awful. I can't stop watching the moldy strawberries. Blech. Wow, we accidentally made moldy strawberries because my animation was too detailed. We're learning. Especially at 512 by 512. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Oh, also I set my strength to 0.8. Maybe that's why it's less coherent and white. We'll know when this one's done. That's even worse. Gross. Render. Oh, hey, WebGnome. It's i5 12th gen and 3090. 3090 is the only way I'm able to actually stream this stuff. Trying to stream this on my 3070 would have been a nightmare. Decoding. So if this is all effed up, I'm going to assume it's because the strength is at 0.8 instead of 1. So we'll try swapping that out for the next run because I think that'll solve. If that's the problem. Doesn't seem to be the problem, though. Jesus Christ. Well, that's certainly a thing that's happening. I'm not high enough for this. That is, Jesus, that is something. Okay, so 0.8, maybe not a bad thing. Definitely getting a little more like wiggle room in the dream. I wonder if I crank that back up to 1, if it's like, super serious about sticking to the QR code. Temp. Nope, wrong temp. Temp. I'm going to try the jail cell one I just made. I'm curious about that one. All right, 140, that's fine. Did I go to tau or tau times 2? Times 2. All right. What would be a good prompt for the thing I just made, I wonder? Let's go with come on. The UI is pretty good, but the fact that you can't move the ComfyUI thing by holding... Oh, you can now? Oh, they fixed it. Oh my god, when did they add this? This is so much better. Okay, so for those who didn't know, Comfy, you never used to be able to press down in the middle mouse button to move the stuff around. You always had to like click outside of a node to grab it and move it, which is like in Blender, you have a button, like middle mouse button or whatever, and no matter where you are, you can press it and drag the thing. This has a couple caveats, like you can't do it in the dialog windows and you can't do it inside the images, but you can do it inside the nodes. Oh my god. That is a game changer. This is my biggest pet peeve about this app. All right. Where were we? Melting liquid flowing to the bottom of the drop. I'm going to go back to 1. I just wanted a 1. And then, yeah. Prompt. Cool. I'll try 1 at 0.5. Triangle. There we go. What? I'm pretend I know how to use that later. Well, I think that's a winner. All right. YouTube cloud growth. I don't know. Oh, my chat was stuck. I missed everything you guys said. Yeah, my last mouse, the middle mouse button was totally screwed on it. It was super annoying. Like it was really inconsistent, the button to press it down. I ended up just getting a little half decent Logitech mouse and I'm much happier now. No more $8 Microsoft mice. This one is so good. All right. Render, render, render. Spacebar and mouse movement. Ah, nice. I wish my spacebar was less sketchy. That works right on images too. That's cool. I like that. Wee. Everybody's nauseous now. Yeah, I like that a lot. Gross. I'll put the lament configuration from Hellraiser. There's a LoRA for that. I should pop that in there for the ornate box. Oh, I got latest version of Realistic Vision. Let's see if it shows up in the thing. Refresh. A. Try that for the next prompt. Although I think it was. It's art, so let's try the animated one. Oh, and ornate box, and then la 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 la. What was he doing? I was gonna change it to Rev and contest length 16 is good. Maybe we'll try the other. Oh, it's done. Wow. Well, that is pretty cool. Jeez. I think I like AnimateDiff, guys. I think I like it. The white's definitely whiting. So maybe thin whites are best. Let's see. What was that last one I just made? Yeah, let's try that one. With the spiders, rev animated. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. All right. All right. Well, I'm coming up on 5 hours, so I think at 5 hours I'm gonna cut the stream. Um, so I'll jump off at 10 p.m. So got about 12 minutes left. So I'll run this prompt. Maybe I'll do 2 more prompts and then I'll jump off. This has been really fun and really eye opening, and yeah, hopefully everybody tries this stuff out and we get some crazy stuff. Wasn't expecting to come across this tonight, but most of this stuff is happy accidents, right? This video will be available. Like it'll just be up if you just go to live on my channel. It'll be there, till the end of time. So if you miss something, you can run back and have a look at it, and hopefully the chat will be up like in a day or two, so it won't sound like I'm just talking to nobody. The live chat will show up like in a couple days. So we'll be able to see in context what we were talking about. So if you missed stuff and you need links or whatever, and I dropped it in the chat, it will show up. It just might not show up tonight. YouTube's really slow for that. And yeah. This is awesome. AnimateDiff is really cool. I do a lot of Deforum, but I'm going to be doing a lot more AnimateDiff. Also, I think tonight I'm going to try and run a 480 frame one. See where the upper limits are. I'm curious. These ones we're doing now, they're all 140 frame animations, which is pretty cool. And it's a fun way to sort of extend AnimateDiff's I mean, maybe. I don't know if there's a hybrid. Most of the comfy nodes are not for animation. There's a thing called AI nodes for Deforum nodes, and I haven't tried it yet. I don't know if you can even wire it into this because of the way it works. But you could then just optical flow your stuff later, I guess. Can't really do it to a mask. I like the swirly donut that appears. Yeah, this is QR Monster. with masks made in Blender. Yeah, it'd be a good one to try. Yes. No, I can. The only reason I'm doing 512 by 512 is for brevity on the stream. I just want the renders to take a less shorter amount of time, so I'm just rendering them small. But you can render at different whatever resolution you want. I was doing stuff at 768 by 512 to test it, and it was fine. I think I did one earlier that was, well, I mean, even some of them have upscaler runs too, so you'll run the thing and then, oh yeah, I gotta run one of these through an upscaler. That reminds me. Anyway, so yeah, you can render at whatever resolution you want. It's just right here in the empty latent image that you create when you start. You just change the size of it. That's sort of like the canvas for what it dreams. Well, not sort of, it is. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Whoa. Ooh. This is great. Honestly, I might just go stretch my legs, go for a little walk, and just be off the computer for a while, and I might just actually jump right back on YouTube in about an hour or two to continue making this stuff, because yeah, pretty blown away. But thanks for everybody for hanging out. This has been really cool. I don't know how to do that. I think you can if you like right click on it. There might be a way to run it from there, but might not, because of the way that the nodes work. They're kind of non-linear, so I don't know. I think they have like start order based on when the queue starts versus the actual chain of events. So I'm not sure. You'd have to ask somebody or check a tutorial. I haven't been able to figure out how to like get it to run from a point yet. This one's super trippy. All right, thanks everybody. I really appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out and sticking it out with me. A lot of you been here the whole time. That's amazing. Have a great night, and yeah, I think I'll start a Patreon for hangouts like this, because like yeah, it'd be really cool to just, you know, hang out and make some cool stuff. Yeah, I'm going to cut a video together and drop it on Twitter and all that other stuff, so you guys will be able to see all the generations. I just kind of upscale them and stuff and make them look good. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody, and I'll make sure that I'll tweet that out tonight so you can see all the crazy stuff, and I'll make a YouTube short and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks for the inspiration, and